was butchered by Hellspawn. To witness such a thing is enough to leave your mind in ruins. The madness killed my sister and left me frightened and alone. Until I was rescued by survivors who had joined together to rid the world of the creatures of hell. They saw in me the strength to resist the demons, and they forged me into a weapon. Now I am ready. A meteor has fallen in Tristram, and the dead have risen in its wake. I will send them back to their graves. Once I was hunted. Now, I am the hunter. Only the dead reek like this. The fallen star is near. I have journeyed here to find the fallen star and purge its evil from this land.
It fell on the old cathedral. There was only one survivor, Leah. You should speak with her.
Captain Rumford, more dead are coming.
We can't open the gates until we drive them back.
They keep coming!
I've become strong.
Never seen anyone fight like that before. Guards, open the gates. You'll find Leah at the Slaughtered Calf Inn.
Burn those corpses before they rise again.
Zakharum has fallen to
Death may be upon us all soon, but I shall do what I can to ease your pain. By the grace of the ancients, may your soul be
Found some interesting things on my latest dig. You should take a look.
Your cart is blocking the way. Move it.
How dare you speak to me like that? I'm the mayor of this town.
Then you should be out there fighting.
Are you mad? This town is doomed. Anyone with a grain of sense should be trying to get out. Will you help me or not?
No. You deserve whatever dark fate comes to you.
Don't you dare lift the dead, rising from their graves. This must be the end of the world.
Have you come to help us? The other adventurers who came through here didn't look so deadly.
I don't care what anyone says. That thing that fell from the sky was no rock. A rock doesn't cause the dead to leave their graves.
Leah, is it? Rumford said that you survived the fallen star's impact.
I did, but it blasted my uncle Deckard Cain into the depths of the old cathedral. I tried to search for him, but the dead were already rising. I came back here to rally the militia, but...
Watch out! The wounded are turning!
This is killing business.
The dead will overwhelm us all, unless something is done.
Then I shall put an end to them, and secure your town.
Thank you. You should speak with Captain Rumford at the gate. He can tell you what to do.
Welcome to the slaughtered calf inn. Bring me whatever treasures you have no use for. I'll give you a bit of coin to save up for your casket.
Militiamen went out. Only...
We have come at last to Tristram's old cathedral. This is where Diablo, Lord of Terror, first corrupted mankind. This is where I may finally find the answers I seek. Leah worries after my safety, but I believe information vital to defeating the last lords of the burning hells can be found here.
What can I do to help fight the risen dead?
I admire your courage, but Captain Dalton and the militia were slaughtered by those things. Only I survived.
Don't worry, I will avenge their deaths.
Well, I have seen you fight. Strike at the wretched mothers and their queen. They're the ones vomiting out these horrors.
They're attacking the barricades!
That's one of the wretched mothers. There are more of them in the ruins down the road.
I, Deckard Cain, have spent many years traveling and writing about the strange creatures in our world, but the sight of the wretched mothers still haunts me. They are the remnants of Queen Asilla's slaughtered handmaidens who were twisted by foul magic. Now they feast upon cadavers and regurgitate them as newly formed, risen dead.
I am Abdalhazir, adventurer, scholar, and researcher. I share my knowledge of this incredible world and its creatures through my insightful missives, often at grave risk to myself. Why, I was recently in Honduras, where my tents were ransacked by vicious quill fiends. I was able to beat them off with a
While exploring a cave with hopes of finding hidden treasure, I came upon a most grisly sight. A heap of dead bodies. Unbelievably, as I was searching them for any items of value, they began to rise. I must tell them of this in New Tristram before it's too late.
The task is done. These unholy creatures can rest now.
Old Tristram, Diablo's evil still lingers here.
That'll take care of the lot of you.
I promised Marco I'd protect him, and now he's dead.
Thank you for your help, but could you talk some sense into Leah? She won't give up on the idea of rescuing her uncle.
Nor should she. I will help her find him. I've become stronger. Come, let us search for your uncle.
We'll need to open the cathedral first. The guards locked it up before they were ambushed. Rumford told me they fought their way back to Adria's hut. The key must still be there.
I've got some brand new goods you might be interested in.
And it is written, a fire will carve up...
By the grace of the ancients, may your soul be warmed and brought to glory in righteousness.
Here, let me open the gate. Adria was my mother, but I don't know much about her. She died when I was very young. I was raised by Uncle Deckard.
What of your father?
I'm told he was a great warrior who was lost when Tristram fell to the demons.
Not enough hatred.
Hidden cellar. Follow me.
Your mother had her secrets.
People said she was a witch, but I never believed it. Captain Dalton!
My hatred is too low.
Here's the key, and my mother's journal. What I've seen of it is disturbing. I want to know more about her, but that can wait. We need to save Uncle Deckard first.
I will go. Stay here and learn what you can.
Thank you.
Aiden came to me last night. I suspected what was lurking within his troubled heart. I consoled him as best I could. Regardless, wherever he's headed, hell will surely follow in his wake. The shadows close in on Tristram once again. But like Aiden, I'll be gone before they fall.
So many dead. The infamous Tristram Cathedral. I am close to the fallen star now. So this is where the star fell. My quarry must be near. I feel more powerful.
Kill me! I don't want to change!
And I'm cursed. Once the captain of King Leoric's army, I lived only to honor my land and my king. No man has a greater love for his king than I had for mine, even as I drove my blade through his dark and corrupted heart.
Devious little goblins have been robbing our merchants. When pursued, they simply open portals and disappear with the most aggravating chuckle. Peasantry seem to believe that the goblins serve a great demon lord known as Greed. And furthermore, that their portals lead to Greed's domain. A ludicrous notion, truly.
This will be interesting.
Lazarus. Of that I am certain. He alone had the king's ear, and whispered dark and evil magics into it, instilling the notion of an imminent attack by Westmarch. Afraid to speak against the Archbishop, the councillors nodded their empty heads in agreement, and sent us off to die.
Sweet revenge!
When we returned from our horrific defeat in Westmarch, my beloved king lost all pretense of sanity. He seethed with rage, spitting curses upon us as traitors. With great sorrow, I ran him through.
In the eastern kingdom of Khezistan, I heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders. While the natives were most reticent, I was able to deduce that this order was founded 200 years ago, just as Rakis took his army of paladins west. But these Crusaders went east on a very different mission.
Foul minions, stay back! Back! May this wedge hold. Skeleton King?
The power of the fallen star awakened me, and soon all will suffer as I have suffered. Gods, bring me his bones!
To rescue you!
Stay back! Thank you, but why did you risk yourself for me?
Leah asked for my aid. She will be relieved to see you again.
Oh, it is wonderful to hear that Leah is well. I feared the worst. I learned of this secret passage through old maps I found.
This cannot be opened yet.
We must discuss the fallen star. Follow me to Tristram.
I promised Leah that I would save her uncle, Deckard Cain. When I found him, he was facing the Skeleton King. And now this abomination blocks my path to the fallen star.
Uncle, you're alive!
Thanks to you and your friend here.
I have but one request of you. What do you know of the fallen star?
Not much, I'm afraid, though the prophecy of the end days surely points to it as a sign that the end has begun.
Please, Uncle, not more of your stories. All that matters now is that you're back.
I could get accustomed to that.
The Skeleton King was once our beloved lord, Leoric. He was driven mad by Diablo's evil. He lost both of his sons and his very soul before he was finally defeated. Now it seems he's risen to plague this land once again.
A tragic story, but I cannot reach the fallen star until I face him.
The key to defeating him lies in his old crown. Seek out our blacksmith, Hadrig. He knows of its whereabouts. Leah, you should not dismiss the signs so lightly. Do you not believe the evidence of your own eyes?
Horrors have visited Tristram before, and it endured.
But what of the texts? The Zakharum tomes warn of a falling star. The Herodric scroll spoke of the dead rising, and the Lord of Lies. The prophecy of the end days says that at the end of all things, the first sign shall appear in the heavens.
Yes, you've been telling me about the texts since I was 8 years old, Uncle. I just don't think we should read too much into them.
I am the last of the Horodrim. I couldn't always claim this. In fact, if I had turned to the Horodric teachings sooner, Diablo could have been stopped before his reign of terror began.
You can't blame yourself.
When the first signs appeared, I did nothing. I had shrugged the old tales off like they were so much fantasy, and Tristram, no, the world, has paid dearly for my arrogance. I have tried to make up for my failings. Leah and I have spent her lifetime scouring the world, collecting pieces of the prophecy of the end days. If I can decipher it, we will have the key to defeating the Lords of Hell.
You and Leah seem very close.
I do not know what my life would have been like had I not raised her. Oh, it must have been difficult for Leah, following an old man on a mad search for the secrets to defeating the Lords of the burning hells. But though she has seen her share of mysterious things, she is still unsure of my quest. I can understand. She has never seen anything like Diablo and his brothers. The prophecy of the end days is contained within the Horodric tomes I inherited from my ancestor, Jared Cain. It is a warning to those who could interpret it regarding Hell's ultimate invasion of our world, written by many different people throughout history, in many different lands. All known versions of the prophecy are incomplete. I have spent a good part of the past 20 years trying to complete it. I am certain it holds the answers to defeating the Lords of Hell.
Leoric was driven mad by Diablo.
Leoric resisted Diablo's attempts to possess him, but the effort left him weak and confused. When his son Albrecht was kidnapped to be a vessel for Diablo, it destroyed any sanity Leoric had left.
What did Leoric do as the Skeleton King?
He commanded an army of the dead deep within the cathedral, finally serving the Lord of Terror he had resisted while alive. Many adventurers tried and failed to slay the Skeleton King. It was left to Leoric's eldest son, Aiden, to finally kill the monster his father had become.
How did your mother die?
Well, details are hazy, but I know that Adria was obsessed with chasing the arcane. She knew she could never raise a child. Uncle Deckard believes that the madness and horror of her life finally caught up with her. I've spent most of my life traveling from place to place with Uncle Deckard, while he did his crazy research.
What does your uncle seek?
He's convinced that the forces of hell will invade our world and bring about the end times. All these years, he's still searching for a way to stop this apocalypse.
What did you learn of your mother?
She wasn't from Tristram originally. She came here during the Troubles. She was in search of something, but I'm not sure what. She reminds me of Uncle Deckard, obsessed with the war between angels and demons.
I've got some brand new goods. I worked my hands to the bone to bring you these fine goods.
From the east shall come a monarch whose rule begins in blood and ends in bone. In the light of a comet will he die a third and final death at the hands of a chosen woman.
As the shepherd watches over his flock, so shall I care.
Leah spent all night alongside the Black... You've got to promise me you'll take good care of whatever I sell you. I have some new items that I'm certain you'll love.
Chelsea, how sweet of you to ask. My people, the Vetchin, are nomads, always traveling, looking for the land we might settle. All of us have the sight, but few have it as strong as myself. You know, men have always pursued me for my visions. Well, for things other than my visions. But everyone wants to know what the future holds.
My future holds vengeance.
What will you do with your revenge when you have it? You still need to make a life for yourself. A little love would do you wonders.
No, I will not do that.
Did you hear? Old Rumford has us down to half rations. How are we supposed to fight if we're starving?
The rest of the town is down to quarter, including my wife. But you can quit if you want.
Blacksmith, Deckard Cain said you could help me find the crown of Leoric.
Not now. It's my wife. She's locked in the cellar like all those who've been bitten. I'm to put them all down. But how can I kill my own wife?
Sometimes death is the only mercy we have left. I will help you.
Thank you. Follow me. Friends, I'm sorry.
Sorrow won't save your town, Blacksmith.
Mira, my love, forgive me.
Hedrig! Help me!
I couldn't have done this without you. I'm in your debt. My name is Hedrig Aemon.
There is one favor I must ask of you. Do you know where Leoric's crown is?
I can help you there. It's buried with his chancellor, my grandfather. You'll find his tomb in a cemetery in the Weeping Hollow. And if you see my fool apprentice out there, tell him to get back to town.
challenge.
Not enough hatred.
You won't survive that!
During the last days of King Leoric's reign, even the skeletons of the ancient dead could not rest. They took up their broken armor and weapons once more, ready to cut down anything that yet drew breath. Though wasted and fragile, these creatures possess a twisted cleverness that makes them quite formidable.
formidable.
The tragedies in these lands have left many restless spirits in their wake, and they demand retribution. These spirits will take out their vengeance on any unsuspecting individual who may pass, for they believe that the blood of the living will yet restore the lives that were ripped away from them.
Be interesting. I need more hatred to do that. I have a feeling that the crown is nearby.
The unburied are formed from human corpses that were flung into mass graves without a proper burial. This hideous amalgamation of bodies decomposes together into one being, bound.
No! I will not allow you to bring that monster Leoric back to this world!
I've become more formidable.
My hatred is too low. All the infernal traps to spring. I've survived worse than this. Just a little longer. Get accustomed to that. I need more hatred to do that. My hatred is too low. Discipline. Control now.
Studies indicate that a high-level cleric of the Zagharum named Akan began to sense the corruption that was eating away at the heart of his faith. He knew this corruption would eventually destroy his beloved church, and that he must take action. After much prayer, Akan hit upon the idea of an order of crusaders.
not enough hatred. I am returning to town.
You found the crown. Truth be told, I didn't think you'd make it back alive. Ah, it needs repair. Should be no problem. It's good to work again. There. New as the day it was placed upon the Black King's head. I need something more than making spades to occupy my mind. I want my life to mean something.
Then we are allies. Each weapon you forge for me shall serve to purify these lands. How might I use the crown to reach the Skeleton King?
At last. With it, you can unlock the sealed door in the room where you rescued me and enter the royal crypts. When you find the Skeleton King, place the crown atop his head and destroy him.
When he is destroyed, I shall finally reach the star.
By the grace of the ancients, may your soul be warmed and brought to glory in righteousness. By the grace of the ancients, may your soul be warmed.
So
poquito. Sí, está buena verte jugar. Bájase luego, que luego lo subas porque yo que se ponga aquí un poco rascante porque está cerca de barco, ¿vale?
My hatred is too low. I need more discipline. Not enough discipline. Not enough hatred. I am too low on discipline. Old Tristram, Diablo's evil still lingers here. Discipline. Too low on discipline. Discipline. How satisfying.
I need more hatred to do that.
Akan gathered the most devout, driven, and martial Zakarum adepts. He taught them to channel the power of light in the same way that the newly founded paladins were being trained. But these recruits, these crusaders, were given insight into the primal powers of Zakarum in a way no paladin ever was.
Forever live in anguish for my last attempt to honor my king. As we lay him to rest in his burial chamber, he manifested as a hideous skeletal demon. Gorash and my other knights were overcome at once, but I fought on.
I am too low on discipline.
My hatred is too low.
Cursed by my once beloved king. Evil gnaws at my bones, and I cannot risk putting my beloved Tristram in danger, should I fail to contain that which tears at me. I must venture down into the labyrinth, to die alone.
No sé exactamente cuánto equivale, pero
need more discipline.
Maintain your incantation. He will soon turn.
Ave Magistros, Ave Registras, Ave Leodastos, Ave Mandaxas, Ilias Animos, Ilias Verginas, Ilias Fortans.
Your magic is weakening. I am free! Now, back to my mission.
Who are you?
You will know soon enough. Help me find my gear. I will reward you well. Tell me, what brought you to this infernal place?
I must kill the Skeleton King.
Then our aims align. The cultists dragged me past this glowing pit. What made it? Down this way. There are my weapons.
He's free! Do not let him be armed!
I need more hatred to do that.
I am Correo, warrior centaur. If it is the Skeleton King you seek, then you will have to fight your way past Johnny. There is no reason to hunt alone.
I often prefer to be alone, but I will make an exception for you.
Sí. Hola.
Ya estoy preparada solo para meterme en la cama. Dejo la boca. Esto. ¿Ves cómo la polla se hace? Rápido. Me lavo la boca. tengo manofilia.
Bueno.
Como así la voz.
Aquí estoy jugando. A ver si
esto sí lo he visto yo. Este sí te lo he visto yo.
A ver si me pego toda la noche jugando.
Esto sí lo he visto.
Lo que sé que estos les contratan, hacen el juego y les echan a la calle, pero claro, les vuelven a contratar. Abuela, si me fuera a Estados Unidos a trabajar, por ejemplo, 8.000 euros al mes.
Pero fijo, madre mía, de mi vida.
Bueno.
Que fueras fijo, cariño.
No tan fijo como un... Sí, hombre, abuela, trabajos fijos. Me contratarían para hacer un juego, tendría 3 o 4 años de trabajo. 3 o 4 años de trabajo y luego me echan a la calle y me quedaré sin trabajo,
Sí,
pero me vuelven a contratar.
Pero ya eres más viejo y luego vas a ser más
Sí, sí.
Te
No,
coges el trabajo.
no, al revés. Estos trabajos la gente tiene 50, 60 años.
Black magic bars our way, but the will of a Templar is
Te contratan 2 o
stronger.
3 años. Y tienes trabajo durante 2 o 3 años cobrando un dinero.
You were a Templar, John Dark. How could you succumb to this? The Covenant my brotherhood now. The powers we serve will soon rule this world.
Not enough hatred.
Please forgive me. My vision was clouded by the Covenant's evil magic. Betrayal can never be forgiven.
Thank you for your aid. I will go with you on your hunt for the Skeleton King. But there is one condition. If we find the sacred tomes of my order, they are mine.
Very well. I have no need of books.
Then onwards we go, to fight the Skeleton King.
Let us seek honor together, my friend. Always wanted to fight some of these.
Your fear betrays you!
My hatred is too low.
Bueno, pues a ver qué tal en Granada, abuela. A ver qué tal en Granada. Hostia, a ver qué tal yo en Granada.
You won't survive that!
tried to count how many we've killed, but I've lost
Yo
track.
me vendría con el tío.
Sí, sí, me vengo con él.
Exactamente. Y que te metas en quedarte solo con ella, no te lo aconsejo. Pues si se busca pues sí.
Que no me voy a quedar con ella yo solo. Que me toca volver, que tengo clase.
Exactamente, exactamente. Y ya donde tu tío ya, con tu tío es otra cosa.
Este es mi compañero. Vamos con él.
Stronger within you.
13, he subido de nivel.
Preparación, ¿no?
Sí. Esto es mi equipo. Esto es la ropita que le voy a poner a mi carrera.
Anda, está hablando español.
¿El qué?
Está hablando de...
No, eso es el móvil.
Anda, ¿qué coño? Y digo yo, pero ¿quién que habla español? Y es el móvil.
sí que hablan un poquito.
¿Ah, sí?
Un poquito, sí. Sí, la flecha soy yo. Claro, yo le indico hacia dónde ir. Si voy la flecha de acá... Eso, eso. Las pistas y personajes.
Fight the darkness. To contend with evil is the essence of what it means to be a demon.
So long as you don't get in my way.
sorcery is this?
dices?
No, no, estamos dentro, sí, sí.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí, sí, sí.
¿Hay tantas escaleras?
Sí, sí. Es una
I've become stronger.
Claro, nos pueden matar.
How should I say?
La idea es matar al mismo demonio. O sea, el enemigo final es el diario. El juego se llama diario. Sí, 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 sí. Vale, una nueva habilidad. Tengo un nuevo poder. Me he hecho más fuerte y he conseguido un nuevo poder. Este.
Need more time.
Dos y tú.
No, los dos en total.
Sí, pero tú los miras.
Sí, este me sigue a mí.
A ver.
Darkness awaits you!
Él cobra por eso mismo. Y a mí también. Esto lo puede ver la gente. Cualquiera puede ver eso. Y no mandáis tan anuncios y decís que no cobra mucho. Me tengo que pagar 50 euros.
I'm glad that fate has brought us together on this path.
Why is that?
You fight with both honor and ferocity. I know that a pure soul must burn within you.
Estaban hablando ahora mismo. Sí, estos dos. Se han puesto a hablar. Le dice, me alegra que el destino nos haya unido. Y le dice ella, ¿y eso por qué? Y dice, porque luchar contigo, porque luchas con honor y ferocidad. Sé que tienes un alma pura, le dice. No sé.
Me parece que me voy a ir a la cama.
Bueno, lo que quieras.
Sí. Levanta a las 10, dice, sí, a las 10, no madrugamos, que hoy no son a las 7 menos cuarto.
No me aparece.
Cariño, sí que me voy, cariño, te dejo.
Lo que quieras.
Sí.
¿Te acompaño?
No.
¿Qué?
Que no. Uy, ya estoy nomás que para meterme en la cama, ya me he lavado todo.
Estoy muy contento de que estés aquí.
Está ya como vas.
Sí, aquí estoy, este es mi vicio.
Llevas un camino ya mejor y sobre todo en los estudios. En las notas.
También lo llevo muy bien, sí.
Y eso vale mucho, ¿vale?
Mucho.
Adiós. A ver, yo ahora cuando te vayas con tu abuela, y tu tío te quiere.
Sí.
Y mucho.
Sí.
Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana, abuela.
Confirmaron fechas. No sé si sería una fecha, pero sale este año. Eso sí que está confirmado y tiene muy buena pinta. De hecho, ya se puede reservar y todo. De hecho, las tiendas que tienen la Steam, que está guapísima.
Lee from Preview the Horizon popped into a Discord chat with fans for a Q&A and answered a mix of fun and band-related questions. Aside from sharing his favourite movies and dinosaurs, he revealed he wrote this monumental track. Specifically for his Jackson guitar reveal video. His favourite Suicide Season song is Death Breath, but said they won't play anything from this album live anytime soon. He mentioned It Never Ends would be cool to play again, and that he actually wrote the riff for it on and anytime soon. He mentioned Breath, but said they won't play anything from the video. His favourite Suicide Season song is Death Breath, but said they won't play anything from this album live anytime soon. He mentioned It Never Ends would be cool to play again, and that he actually wrote the riff for it on an acoustic guitar. His top song from There Is a Hell is The Fox and the Wolf, and he said the stupidest thing that's happened to it was tripping and falling 10 feet off stage, which may or may not be seen in this video. Lee from Bring Me the Horizon.
Survive that!
I've dug up a right good bunch of things for you this fine day.
How should I trade?
From the east shall come a monarch.
My dearest Hedrick, do not feel despair, my love. You did everything you could. Our time together meant more than words can say. But in the end, fate is a cruel mistress. Your strength is needed to end the horrors that beset this world. My final wish is that you find your path. Love always. Mira.
Keep your distance from him. This burden is mine to bear. May death bring peace from your madness, Leoric.
Traitors! Even in death, the armies of Condorus will still obey their king, even if you will not.
tematizado de esas máquinas a un precio.
You dare to bring the warmth of life into my tomb?
We shall put you down, Hellspawn!
Not ready yet.
Are you ever afraid in battle?
Defeat me!
You were defeated the moment you surrendered to madness.
still waiting. At last, the crater! So it was you who fell here and caused this chaos. And yet I know that you are not evil.
I am. I remember falling.
Do you remember who you are?
I am not your enemy. I think. Yes, I believe I have come with a warning. The darkness. The darkness is coming. I must. I don't remember.
Perhaps Decade Cain can help you. Come with me.
I ventured far to find the power behind the fallen star, but it was only a man. He can recall nothing of his strange arrival. Perhaps Cain will be able to find the truth of this matter.
I found him at the center of the crater.
No man could survive such a thing. Who are you? What are you?
A warrior, I think. I came bearing grave news, but I cannot remember.
Your message might be all that can save us from impending doom. Tell me everything you remember, stranger. Every detail.
Falling. Fire. A sword of great power. It was part of me. But it shattered into 3 pieces as I fell.
It is vital that we find those pieces. I believe the sword made whole will restore your memory.
The goatmen are rampaging through the fields. Could the sword have anything to do with that?
Of course, of course. Just as the dead rose around the stranger, the sword pieces drove the goatmen to madness.
Then I will slay them and return the sword to you.
entrar.
What skill should I master?
You can recall nothing else?
Only that there were surges of light and a kind of pain.
How do you fare now?
The emptiness gnaws at me. It is a constant frustration.
Remain calm. The sword will be returned to you soon.
The Horadrim were powerful mages gathered together by the Archangel Tyrael to defeat the three prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal. They devoted themselves fully to the destruction of the demon lords and left behind valuable tomes and teachings.
How did you become the last of the Horadrim?
My ancestor was the leader of the Horadrim, Jared Caín. When the Horadrim died out, their tomes stayed in my family. I was thrilled by tales of the Horadrim as a little boy, but it wasn't until I returned to them as an adult that I realized they contained deeper truths. Tyrael is the angel of justice. He has been helping mankind for generations, though he is forbidden to do so in any direct manner. Long ago, the high heavens and the burning hells made a pact as a result of the Sin War that they would not interfere in our world.
The demons have broken this pact. Why does Tyrael do nothing?
The Angiris Council, the archangels that lead heaven, almost destroyed our world once to keep the demons from spreading their corruption upon it. If Tyrael were to act directly, it would alert the Council to the demons' activities here and imperil us all.
I've got a right good bunch of things for you this fine day.
What was once one shall become four.
How should I train?
If there's a sword here, we will find it.
The large, sluggish beasts can thrive in any grassland or forest, provided there is enough water. Farmers will recognize these brutes as the savage cousins of the common cat beast, a tame breed that was likely domesticated nearly 2,000 years ago. One can hardly imagine the trouble that effort must have taken.
This chest is just waiting to be opened. Very long. My hatred is too low. I need more hatred to do that. Quite what I was expecting. Not enough hatred. Need more time. I've become more formidable.
Crusaders had learned all they could, Akan sent them out into the world, seeking a way to cleanse the corruption that coiled at the heart of the Zakarin faith. There was no clear goal for them to pursue, and some clerics claimed it was a fool's errand, that they could never succeed. But these Crusaders would not be deterred.
My hatred is too low. I need more hatred to do that. Not enough hatred. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. My hatred is too low.
How should I trade?
I need more hatred to do that. strange light again. The sword piece must be inside this cave. Not enough hatred. As I thought, the sword piece is here.
Who are you to take what is mine?
You are not the owner of this sword.
Regardless, I have claimed it. I am Magda, and I lead this coven. The shard is mine.
To hell with you, witch.
Very well. Let the games begin. Well fought, but you will never possess the next piece. It has fallen where only the ancients may tread.
She is more devious than she appears.
I need more discipline.
There are forces arrayed against us, stronger than we ever imagined. Some greater purpose lies behind these trials, but I do not yet know it.
Probably because there isn't one. Let's go.
What skill should I master?
I need more hatred to do that. Not ready yet. Looks like someone's still at home.
Stay away! There's nothing in... These are dark times, my friend. I thought for a moment you were one of those dreadful goat men. Since you're not, would you like to buy something?
My wrath. Not enough hatred.
How should I trade?
We'll rip these brutes to shreds.
Need more time.
A worthy opponent.
I have the sword piece, but a woman named Magda and her minions tried to wrest it from me.
Uncle Deckard, you sound like those dark cultists you told me about.
Very good, Leah. You have been paying attention. Stranger, does any of this jar your memory?
I have no memory of this coven, but I sense a far darker shadow guiding its hand.
Magda said something curious about the next piece. She believes it fell where only ancients may tread.
That makes me think of the drowned temple near the festering woods. I remember you telling me about it, Uncle.
Exactly, Leah. The temple was home to the Nephilim. Leah, your knowledge could be invaluable. You must go and help our friend retrieve the sword piece.
The Nephilim were ancient humans with fantastic powers. Legend holds that they waged a terrible battle near the temple, and that their ghosts still war with one another.
This fragment is very old, and very powerful.
Indeed, it feels familiar to me, though the rest is still unclear.
This weapon would have belonged to a true champion.
If that is what I am, then my strength has gone with my memory.
If Cain is right, then the sword shall restore both to you.
Magda's coven is a remnant of an ancient religion called the Triune that worshipped the primevals as gods.
Disgusting. And yet the primevals have been dead for 20 years. Who does the coven worship now?
The last two evils, Asmodan and Belial, remain. And if either of them are behind this coven, then our troubles are only beginning.
May the gods who abandoned us come.
Tell me about your grandfather, the Chancellor.
Not much to tell. I lived with my father in Chaldeum at the time. We heard that my grandfather stayed in Tristram until the end, trying to save lives. Don't know if he succeeded, but there it is. When the Skeleton King fell, my grandfather was dying from a sword wound. He had the crown sealed with him to keep it safe.
A brave deed. It is good to know that there was one sane man among the mad. It is good to see you back at the forge, blacksmith.
Work needs doing. No one is going to do it for me.
That is very true, but we also need people to fight.
No, this is my trade, and I'm the best. I'll make you the weapons you need to kill every last demon you see. Deal?
What skill should I master?
You and I aren't so different. I have great power within me too. The only difference is, I have no control over mine.
That sounds troubling.
It's only happened a few times in my life, and only when I was in grave danger. Something rises up from deep within me and, well, I can't really explain it.
After much searching, I have found a promising lead. A family near New Tristram has obtained a valuable relic and, poor fool...
You there! Please help! They're going to kill my friend!
Thieves are going to kill my friend if we don't do something. Help me break these bonds and see for yourself.
What do they want with your friend?
She's just a farmer's daughter, Sasha, but she has a relic that the thieves are after.
He's deserted you. Just give it over.
I'll never tell you.
Release the girl. The relic belongs to her.
You actually believe what this scoundrel tells you? Fine, you fools. We'll kill the both of you.
I'll stop these things.
You won't get away from us this time!
My hatred is too low.
This isn't over. The rest of the Thieves Guild will find you.
Here's the relic, my love. I hid it like you asked. Father's grown suspicious of us, but that won't matter once we're married. It won't be long, right?
Of course, my dear. Soon we will settle down to a quiet life of tilling the fields and raising children. But first, I have to sell this relic. Alas, I must travel away with my friend here to do so.
You wish to join me?
Yes, yes! You look like you know a lot about markets. Now, lead the way! Wait, this relic is a fake! Gods, I should have known! You seem like you could use a helping hand, and I sure as hell don't want to stay around here. Ah, there you are.
But you made a promise to your betrothed.
Betrothed? Do I look like the marrying kind to you? By the way, my name is Lyndon. They will run when they see us.
What the tomes say of Alaric and this temple is not encouraging. You must be Alaric the Guardian. Uncle Deckard told me of your eternal watch over this cursed place. I thought it was a myth.
Are you Nephilim?
No. There have been no Nephilim for a millennium.
Yet another myth. You seek entrance to this temple, but only a Nephilim can enter. If you retrieve the keys from the outlying tombs and use them on the gates, we will see who and what you truly are. Follow me. I will raise the bridge that you may pass. Seek 2 tombs in the woods beyond. The warrior's rest and the crypt of the ancients. Within them reside the keys to our sacred temple.
After you. I don't care for these woods. Must we slog through them?
Are these Alaric's people?
No, they have been twisted.
Repel them!
should I use?
We won!
I've become more formidable. Not enough hatred.
Finally! This is interesting!
Well, if you ever want a job, I will consider your credentials.
Perhaps I should just visit. Not enough discipline. I feel better now. I must wait longer.
Bravo!
I'm overburdened.
I need to go back.
My pack is full.
This is amazing. It reminds me of being a child and searching for lost artifacts with Uncle Decker.
Such a relief that you're all grown up now.
At least one of us is.
My wrath.
You won't survive that! I wish I could do that.
I am well again.
I must wait longer.
Don't worry worry about me.
I can't carry any more.
The Crusaders swore an oath to dedicate their lives to the search. None believed that they would be the one to end the crusade by finding and cleansing the corruption. They believed the search ennobled them, that the discipline of their life and journey was the true goal. The Crusader was meant to find meaning in the quest itself.
I'm overburdened. Tell me about this inn you want to open.
The world is so dangerous. Everybody needs a quiet, safe place to rest and recover. A way station on their journeys.
Perfect place to be ambushed. I'd sleep in a field.
No one is getting ambushed in my inn.
Each and every crusader was a warrior of rare strength. They had mastered the power of life,
I can't carry
of
any
weapon
more.
and shield, and of self. Each was sworn to live as a crusader and to die as one. 200 years ago, they took their apprentices and set out into the eastern swamplands. They were never heard from again. Until now.
Those who possess the beacons of light and honor, they enter our holy temple. Use them on the pedestals. Those who possess the beacons of light and honor, they enter our holy temple. Use them on the pedestals. The temple is open. Enter and defeat the guardians within. Although they are my brothers, they will seek your death when you enter.
I am returning to town.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
What should I trade?
The World Stone was an ancient artifact of immense power. It was used not only to create our world, but also to control mankind. The original humans were known as the Nephilim, and their power was such that it was feared they would tip the balance in the eternal conflict between the high heavens and the burning hells. So the World Stone was tuned to lessen our powers, turning mankind into what we are today. But now that it has been destroyed, it is conceivable that the powers of the Nephilim will reappear.
I heard that you took Leah on your searches for ancient artifacts and tomes. Wasn't that dangerous?
Not as dangerous as you might think. There was a calm about the world then. Most people paid no mind to an old man and young girl, weaponless and penniless, crossing their lands. Tyrael was forced to destroy the World Stone when Baal, the Lord of Destruction, corrupted it in his attempt to control all of mankind.
The World Stone's destruction must have unleashed incredible energies.
It obliterated Mount Arreat, the mountain that housed it, leaving only a smoking crater in its place. And nothing has been heard from Tyrael since.
Look at this architecture. This predates the Sin War.
I can teach you more about sin.
Please don't.
I could get a pistol for that.
Enter the inner sanctum. Rise, my brothers! Rise and do battle!
That's all of them. Love traveling, seeing the world.
But now it has fallen into shadow.
Yes, it's not like it was.
Your strength rivals that of our greatest champions. What now do you think you are? You may enter our most sacred place.
The noble hero fought her way here just to die. You again. And who is this you bring with you? Adria's daughter? She has power within her. No matter. Your mother will soon share your fate, little one. The shard is mine. Fill this temple with their blood!
Did you mean my mother will share my fate? Could my mother be alive after all these years?
She's trying to distract you. Don't listen to her.
This fight was too easy. She's toying with us. We must get back to Uncle Deckard right away.
tone has been changed. Our children are born weak and suffer short lives. The demon Nereza promised to restore their power, but instead turned them into misshapen creatures and sent them to war against us. We may die, but not before she is sent back to the burning hells.
There's a slight flaw in your stance. Look, I will show you. Let me just put my hand on your...
Stay back.
You're not good at flirting, are you?
I am returning to town. Magda is close on our heels. We must find the last piece quickly.
I remember a glow streaking towards a fishing village.
That must be Wortham.
Ah, brilliant, dear Leah. Have the ferryman take you there.
Have you fought the Coven before?
I cannot say, but there is something about them, a darkness, that is known to me.
What do you mean?
The Coven may be part of a greater evil. Perhaps I intended to fight it.
If you are to fight, you will need your sword.
No, I will not do that. I can't do that.
What should I train?
Magda is close on our heels. We must find the last piece quickly.
I remember a glow streaking towards a fishing village.
That must be Wortham.
Ah, brilliant, dear Leah. Have the ferryman take you there.
I have some new items that I'm certain you'll love.
I was thinking... Don't hurt yourself. I was thinking that we should try to recruit more soldiers. What happens if we get attacked again?
We just spent a week fighting off hundreds of walking corpses outside our impenetrable gates. We're the hardest pressed.
I must go to Wortham.
I will take you, but beware. Smoke rises from the village.
They're destroying the town! Get out while you can! Death to those who defy the power!
Everywhere. What a surprise.
My family's hiding in the chapel with the rest of the townsfolk. We must get to them.
Don't run off! You'll get yourself killed!
He's made his choice. Now we may out.
Fools! You cannot keep the sword from me!
This is bad.
My servants will burn this town to ashes!
My hatred is too low.
There's something coming.
There's something coming! They think it wants to hurt us.
I need more hatred to do that.
That's how we do it in Kingsport!
The hilt of an ancient sword fell near this village recently. Perhaps you have seen it.
We found it days ago. I wish we'd never brought it here. Come, I left Virgil to guard it. We will be glad to be rid of it.
I'm going back to Tristram to check on Uncle Deckard.
Something isn't right here.
Damn, it's not here.
While you were on your hero's errand here, I captured all 3 sword pieces and your friends.
I should have known. I must get back to Cain's house.
After King Leoric went mad, no one lived in these parts for a long time. Then adventurers were lured here by tales of riches to be found inside the old cathedral. New Tristram started when some traveling merchants decided to set down here to sell to the adventurers. It grew quickly. Lots of good farming in these parts. Well, before all of this started.
It's your choice, Cain. Either use your Herodric arts to repair the sword, or your dear Leah dies a horrible death.
Oh, this pain, this destruction. What is the sword to you?
To me, nothing. To my master, Belial, everything. Your rage is overwhelming, girl. You win this round, but if the sword cannot be mine, I'll claim the one it's bound to. In the end, the blade shall be mine.
Uncle, you can't die.
Nothing can stop that now. But there is one last thing I must do. The sword must be made whole. Just as I suspected, the sword is of the high heavens. The stranger is an angel. Heed the journal. The truth lies within.
Uncle Deckard! If only I could control this power, I could have saved him.
Do not blame yourself. Magda is the one who must pay for Cain's death.
Magda and her master Belial. The journal speaks of an angel falling from the heavens as the shadow rises from the abyss. The stranger is the key to all of this.
No mere man would have survived that fall, or possessed such a powerful sword. We must find him.
When my power erupted, I saw into Magda's mind for an instant. She's fled to the highlands. You can reach them through the caves above Wortham. You have to know, she'll be waiting for you.
I'll be fine. I hope you will be as well, with time.
This damned power I have. Uncle Deckard said it came from my mother. He tried to teach me how to control it using his Herodric training, but it never really helped. He never gave up on me, though. He was a great man.
I've dug out some interesting things on my latest dig. You should take a look.
What skills should I use?
So you lived with your father during the fall of Old Tristram?
My father was a diplomat. We had a manor in Caldeum with servants, terraces, all of that. Everything changed when the trouble started. Somehow, rumors spread that my grandfather was responsible for the king's madness. My father's work fell apart. No one would speak to him. He kept believing it would blow over, though.
But it was not to be.
No. I'd rather not talk about it now, if you don't mind. I've work to see to.
Were you raised as a Templar in the Order?
No. Our scripture says, as a farmer reaps his wheat, so must the Order harvest and purify the weeds.
My initiation was less formal. They asked me if I wanted to hunt demons, and I said yes.
That would be simpler, but your Order destroys monsters. Mine redeems them.
I have seen enough monsters to know that you aren't one of them. Why do you feel guilty about your past?
I cannot tell you.
There are some things that will haunt you forever, if you never speak of them.
You misunderstand me. We are literally unable to recall our pasts. The Inquisitors stripped my sins and the memory of them from me, leaving me pure.
Afraid of damaging your armor or weapons? That won't happen over there. In fact, no one even dies. Disappointing, really.
You're going to make those cultists pay for what they've done, aren't you?
So this is how it ends? They dragged my cart from the road, but for what? I can't get it repaired. Might as well dig a hole and die in it.
If you've given up, then you're already dead.
You should talk to Leah now. I'm not good at that sort of thing.
That would not be wise.
The caves must be up here somewhere.
Hello, Wanderer. I sell quality potions and dyes at a fair price. Have a look if you like. Oh,
Fair
would you do me a
price
favor?
indeed! You're getting swindled. What should I trade?
Not enough hatred.
Someone will be as good as me.
I brought this potion from the alchemist.
This is perfect. My mistress will now accept me. Her blood and mine will soon sing as one.
Are we certain we want to go through these caves? Something is not right here.
hate you!
I am too low on discipline. My hatred is too low.
That was completely worth it. Mostly.
Not ready yet.
That Templar said he was afraid of spiders. Don't tell him that I told you.
Need more time.
Survive that!
I'm still waiting. I need more hatred to do that.
Bleed, you filth!
I've become more formidable.
I used to be one of them, ordinary, untouched, until her voice came to me. Then I knew how I must serve. I must kill the one who threatens my mistress and the dark power that created her. I have been chosen.
Sweet revenge!
My hatred is too low.
My mistress has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
Loving appears to be a relative term here.
It appears we're not alone in here.
Please, help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No, it's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
Spider Queen?
What skill should I use?
I mean, your haste to do that. Hatred. Not ready yet.
I need her venom to dissolve these things. Please hurry. I can't hang here like this a moment longer. I'll go mad. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please leave this horrible place? It was terrible being stuck in there like that. Thank the gods you came along. What are you doing out here?
I seek a man taken by the Coven.
The Coven? I saw them dragging someone into Leoric's manor house. Perhaps it was the man you seek. You might have a small bit of trouble reaching there, though. I'm not proud of this, but I stole the staff of a powerful Khazra shaman. The Khazra went mad and chased me to the caves. You can find the staff in my cart in the highlands. If you take it to the Khazra barricade, perhaps they will let you pass.
Why do I get the feeling that there are more cultists here?
Long ago, 5 clans of the Umbaru tribe left the Teganze and ventured north. After their transformation into Khazra, only a few elders were still able to use magic, and they passed it down to their cleverest children. These are the Khazra Shamans, and they rank among the most dangerous of their race.
Is that? I'll have to pay attention.
My hatred is too low. Time.
That is ours on the side. Khazra, darkness!
Hatred to do that. not enough hatred.
It's interesting.
I feel better now.
Fine work.
It is my pleasure to report that I have broken the prisoners from Wortham. Words have flowed from their mouths like blood from a wound. Our summoners can retrieve the weapon at your command, and the enemy shall be none the wiser.
My hatred is too low. How satisfying.
This is more like it.
Not enough discipline.
Would you ever rob a tomb?
Well, is it really robbery if they don't need it anymore?
I need to go back.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
What should I trade?
Your fear betrays you! There is a new piece to the game. A girl named Leah. My spies tell me she is the child of the witch Adria, who is hiding in the deserts of Chaldean. Bring this news to the Match.
We have just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient broken-down monastery. Hardly fit for the King of Condorus. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power.
I need more time.
She's unstoppable! No mortal could slaughter our brethren with such ease!
Then die well.
She is here!
Shut up and die!
Didn't even mention me. Delay her while I prepare her demise in the depths below.
I won't use that.
They did horrible things to us.
Rest easy now. Your time is short. Have you seen another prisoner? A man in rags?
Yes, the man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
I will kill her. I swear it.
I knew Leoric was mad. This is just disgusting.
Fetid, pallid malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however. Perhaps I am simply suffering from an imbalance of humors brought on by the recent change of climate.
Rumors swirl that the Crusaders have returned, and that they mean to go to the west. But who are these tall, blonde warriors? They look nothing like the Crusaders who set out from Travangal 200 years ago. Those who inhabit the ruins of that ancient city. This is strange.
I've become more formidable. I'm still waiting. I must heal! I must wait longer.
time.
Time to loot.
Ready yet. I need more time.
Awaits you!
I am convinced that some malevolent being is attempting to wrest control of my thoughts away from me. Voices direct me to horrendous acts, and there are times when I seem unable to control my body. Lazarus knows. This is certain. He looks at me strangely when he thinks me otherwise disposed.
You know, in Kingsport, I am known as quite the charmer.
That's irrelevant.
Help me! I'm trapped! In here! In the Iron Maiden!
13th day of Lunsad, 1263 Anno Kyrgyzstani. The Javis? Burned.
God bless you! I was certain I was gonna die in there. I heard rumors of vast treasure to be found down here. A damn fool that I am, I believed them. Don't know why I thought it might be inside an Iron Maiden. All I could think of while I was trapped in that horrible darkness was that no one would ever know what had happened to me.
I am Asilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness. Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
What should I trade?
At long last, freedom.
Thank the gods.
I'm still waiting. My strength is back. Not ready yet.
Freedom. At long last. Freedom. My God! There is some monsters filled with hell. I am free! Freedom.
Thank you, champion. My servants are now free, but the curse over this place remains. Seek the warden at the dungeon center and end his evil forever.
I do not recognize this object.
What skills should I use?
Must I do this myself? So be it. Face me, and repent your crime.
Prisoner is ready, as you requested.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is invaluable in the midst of all these traitors. And you, my dear, my own wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
Lies. Till the very end. The time of my lord's true awakening is at hand. That fool, Leoric, was only able to resist him because he did not yet possess his full power. With the Queen dispatched as a traitor, I may now devote myself fully to preparing the boy for the presence of my master.
I recently met a returning Crusader, and now I understand. Each Crusader took an apprentice. When a Crusader fell, his apprentice would take up his armor, his place in the Order, and even his very name. When the first generation of Crusaders fell, their own apprentices took up their identities. So it has continued, 200 years.
Though my counsel begs me to reconsider, I will continue with the executions of those I find guilty of plotting against the kingdom. Perhaps they fear my eye will fall on them and discover their heinous, treasonous plans as well. Lazarus is the only one I can still trust.
My pack is full. I'm still waiting. I can't carry any more.
Like an enemy over there. We are in for a fight.
I'm overburdened.
More gold for me!
You really want to go down?
Leah must be back in Tristram, crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the butcher.
Fresh meat!
split this half and
My
half.
pack is full.
I'll take half now, and then half when we get back to town.
Do you think an amazing woman like you and a fellow like me could ever become more than friends?
No.
You're missing out.
No, I'm not.
I see.
I can't carry any more. My pack is full.
What skill should I use?
I am dying.
Take up your sword.
My sword. I remember now. I was an archangel of the high heavens. I was the embodiment of justice. I am Tyrael. You have restored my mind, friend. And now, I remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Asmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Chaldeum.
I will stop at nothing to kill them, all of them, until their corpses are piled higher than the tallest towers.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready. Time grows short, my friends. Even now, Belial's influence is spreading through Chaldeum.
But how will we find him?
We won't have to. Magda and her coven will lead us straight to him.
I'm not going anywhere until Uncle Deckard's been laid to rest.
We can do no less for him, but afterward, he must be avenged.
I have called for a caravan to guide us to the east. Speak to the caravan master when you are ready to go. We will see to Cain as we depart.
My friend, shall we depart to Chaldeum?
I've got some brand new goods you might be interested in.
Farewell, protector of Tristram. Farewell, hero of prophecy. The scriptures speak of the evil you will battle in Chaldeum, and I am certain that you will succeed. May the gods who abandoned us come to your aid, one love.
What should I train?
Who are these demon lords, Belial and Asmodan?
Belial is the Lord of Lies. He desires power before all other things. and his 1,000 schemes are designed toward this end. His brother, Asmodan, reigns over the other half of hell as the Lord of Sin. I sense his influence in this world, but I do not yet know where he will strike.
We will find out. Belial must know.
They are more rivals than allies in these days, but I pray that you are right.
Uncle Deckard and I traveled all over the world in my youth, looking for lost lore and artifacts. It was so exciting, crawling around ancient temples, digging through forgotten crypts. I feel fortunate that Uncle Deckard raised me the way he did, the things I learned from him. But now I don't know. I see what his obsession with his quest has cost him, has cost us. The Drowned Temple was once known as the Sarsium Emporis. It was the most sacred of their temples, a site where legend claims angels would come to impart their wisdom to the Nephilim.
My friend, shall we depart to Chaldeum?
It was all just stories. My uncle saw what he wanted to see.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
Tyrael, the ancient law of the high heavens strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Sacrilege.
Thus, I fell, willingly. Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
I never believed all your crazy tales. The work you never finished. I will finish it, Uncle. I will carry on for you.